speeding ticket and non-compliance.
And those are from about 3 years ago, roughly?
Yeah, I think end of 2019, one of them is,
Right.
and 20.
So what do you have to do to get a license?
Clear that up,
And then what else?
get insurance, and pay my fines.
How much do you owe?
It was a couple $1,000s. However, they sent me a paper
You're
about
talking about the BMV
Yeah.
reinstatement
just
fees?
the BMV. Yeah, they
Okay.
said 50% off. So I think it's,
This is like what, like Aldi's or something?
I guess.
Okay. So when are you gonna get your license back?
It depends on when I'm out of jail, as soon as I can.
Okay. So there's all kinds of recommendations for treatment here. What good does treatment do for you?
I mean, treatment isn't a bad thing.
Okay, well, I didn't say it was good or bad.
Yeah,
Okay? I'm not implying it's either, okay? I want to know what treatment does for you.
I mean, I take away from any experience, even jail treatment, I'll take away something from everything.
How many
The
times?
treatment that I would get through them, I would prefer more of the treatment that I was trying to seek as far as Signature Health.
Okay, but how many times have you been through treatment?
Well, at least 5.
Okay, so treatment in and of itself doesn't really mean anything, does it?
A lot of my treatment also was when I was younger.
And you're not younger anymore.
No.
Okay.
I didn't listen a lot when I was younger.
Okay.
I figured I have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason as I got older.
Well, there you go.
Just took a little bit of time.
What is your sister that's in Thompson, what does she do?
She works at Bank of America.
What does she do for them?
Some type of management as far as people who send out the letters for certain things, for loans, I think. She does
Okay.
like the corrections and I don't know what that's called exactly.
What does your other sister do?
Also Bank of America.
Where does she live?
She lives in Eastlake.
What does your stepbrother do?
Computer engineer. Lives in Virginia Beach.
Okay. So you don't want to go back to the construction.
No.
I mean, that's probably a good choice on your part. Okay.
Yeah.
So what is it you're going to do?
When I was sober for 5 years, I did sales.
What did you sell?
Furniture.
Where at?
Best Furniture. No longer with us. They closed. That was part of the scheme, my downfall. They closed.
Okay, well, part of the problem is as you go through your life, there's going to be a series of highs and a series of lows.
Yeah.
So the question always be, it's easy when things are going great, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Sometimes things suck,
Yeah.
and you got to figure out how to get through it.
That's
your problem.
That was
right?
my problem, yeah.
Okay. So there's not a lot I can tell you. There's not a lot I can do for you. There's not a lot your mother can do for you, or your sisters, or your stepbrother. The only one that can do for you is you.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else you want to say?
I'd just like to apologize to the court for even being here in the first place.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. Linden?
Thank you, Your Honor. In this case, we are in agreement with community control. Normally, the state would be recommending prison, especially due to the failure to appear, but I have been in conversations with Ms. Gortz about what the defendant has been doing and the fact that he's probably one of the only ones recently that I've actually seen really get involved in treatment, not just say it, but actually do it. The only misstep I think that he has is that he says that this was a mistake, and it's not a mistake, it's a choice. And he made a lot of bad choices, which got him here. And in terms of looking at this, the state would recommend jail treatment and NeoCap. The factors under 29, 29, 12, B, C, D, and E, if you're looking at B, there's really not anything that makes it more or less serious. Really, it's just his criminal history and looking at his drug use and significant drug use for a period of time and then failing to appear. So we would ask that you place him on community control we're asking for jail treatment and NeoCap, the forfeiture of any of the contraband and instrumentalities, and then whatever remaining counts there are, that those be dismissed. Thank you. And if I may, I apologize. The other point I guess that I wanted to make was that when he committed the new offense of failure to appear, he was out on bond and pending case in case number 370.
Okay. When was the last time you saw any doctor besides a signature doctor?
Besides signature?
Yeah.
As
Like a
far
regular
as,
physician.
not since I had my liver issues in 2020.
Tell me about that.
I had liver failure in 2020
Okay.
from hepatitis A.
All right. So what's your medical condition right now?
I haven't really been to a doctor since I got my tubes taken out.
When?
Actually, right when I got this case. I had tubes in me still when I got arrested.
How does that liver problem affect you right now?
I don't think it does. I mean, I have some pain in my side at times. I had an appointment scheduled April 24th for primary care, and
Where at?
Signature Health.
Okay.
Because they also had, they said I had Hep C when they took my blood, that it showed they weren't sure if it was infectious or not. So I was supposed to see primary care, but I turned myself in before that happened.
All right. All right, I've reviewed the pre-sentence report, the Rinsberg report, reviewed the letter in support that I received. I've listened to Mr. Tambor, I've listened to counsel, considered what they said. I have considered all aspects of 29-29-11, 29-29-12, and 29-29-13. I'm going to place you on probation, community control on both cases for 4 years. And those will be concurrent to each other. On the 21-370, I'm going to sentence you to 75 days in the jail with credit for 70. On the 22 case, 72 days with credit for 67. So you're going to be in jail for 5 more days. So the choice is, or the consideration is, what do I do with you after you get out of jail? Or better, the better question is, what do you do with yourself once you get out of jail? Okay? Because there is absolutely zero that I can do to help you. Nobody can help you. You're either going to help yourself or you're going to be back. Okay? Now, to some degree in the past, you've proven you can help yourself, because if you're being honest with me, you were able to stay sober for a period of roughly 5 years, okay? So it can be done. The question is whether you're going to have the will to do it, okay? And there's nothing I can do about that, okay? So I'm going to issue a bunch of orders here in a minute, okay? And they don't mean a thing unless they mean something to you, okay? And the only purpose I serve is that if you fail to do any of this stuff because you don't want to do it, then I'll be here to clean up the mess that you've created, okay? So you're to have no drugs or alcohol, and you'll be screened. You're going to go back to Signature. You're going to continue your treatment with them, okay? And whatever that treatment entails, you have to do. So you have to follow all their recommendations. Whatever their recommendations are, you have to follow them. If you don't follow them, you violate, okay? You're to obtain and maintain full employment, or if you're going to go to school for something, you're to do that full-time, or if you're going to do that part-time, then you got to work part-time. You got to do something full-time. You're going to get a valid driver's license. You're to go to only one doctor and one dentist and one pharmacy if you're prescribed any medication. You're to take your medication only as it's prescribed. You're going to sign releases so probation can get your records. You're going to clear the warrants that currently exist. And you're going to pay the costs and supervision fees. So all those terms beyond the jail, okay, apply in the other case and to all the charges. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Knaus, any other terms you think are applicable?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you understand the terms?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions about the terms?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, I'm sure that it's entered into Ms. Knaus's mind and Ms. Linden and Ms. Gwertz that I didn't put as conditions either AA or NA, okay? That's a term that sometimes works, sometimes doesn't work. It only works if people want it to work, okay? So you got to figure out what works with the people at Signature. And if they tell you you should do that, then you have to do that because that's part of their recommendation. If you do not comply with the terms of your community control, then the state will file a motion to terminate. And if I find you violated, then I'll terminate you. And you face 24 months in prison on the 21-370 case and 18 months in prison on the 22-1091 case. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
And if that happens and a prison sentence is imposed, and when you get out, you might be on post-release control for up to 2 years under the parole authority with conditions. If you violate the conditions, parole authority could return you to prison for up to 9 months for each violation, up to 1/2 of my sentence. If your violation is a new felony, then you could get an additional consecutive prison sentence for that violation, the maximum of which would be the greater of 12 months or the time you have left under your post-release control. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The items subject to forfeiture are forfeited to the state. So all I've done here is put your fate in your hands. Okay, you're 37, you're not 18. It's time to get on with things the way you're supposed to get on with things.
Yeah.
Anything else, Ms. Linden?
Your Honor, just to be clear, on case number 370, is it then the community control on each count and then each count concurrent to the other?
Yes.
And in which count would the jail term be imposed on, count 2 or count 3 or both?
Both.
Both, thank you.
All right, Ms. Gwertz, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, good luck, Mr. Tamber. We're adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it, Your Honor. Yeah.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, the remaining counts be dismissed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And bond released.
Thank you.
right. Ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. And the state would also request to incorporate our response to the motion to suppress into our opening statements.
Okay.
The state calls Detective Ryan Butler.
All right, raise your right hand. You swear a testimony about gives the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
All right, have a seat.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Sure, my name is Ryan Butler, Butler,
Where are you employed?
the Mentor Police Department
How long have you been employed there?
for 10 years.
Are you a certified peace officer in the state of Ohio?
Yes,
How long have you held that certification?
for 10 years.
Do you have any training or experience that allows you to hold that certification?
Yes,
What is that?
went to the State Highway Patrol Academy in Columbus, Ohio, which gave me my basic police academy.
And what is your position with the Demeter Police Department?
I'm a detective, more specifically a narcotics detective.
How long have you held that position?
4 years.
And what are your duties as a narcotics detective?
Pretty much everything narcotics related comes across my desk. Anything from investigating prescription drug thefts to overdoses to working confidential informants and doing controlled buys of drugs to just general surveillance and proactive arrests.
And do you have any specific training that pertains to your position as a narcotics detective?
Yes.
And what is that?
Back in 2019, when I came in this position, I went to a 2-week basic narcotics investigator class from the DEA that was in Michigan, and then just other trainings throughout the years.
In your experience as a narcotics detective over the past 4 years, have you dealt with drug transactions?
Yes.
Have you witnessed drug transactions?
Yes.
Have you been personally involved in drug transactions and with a confidential informant?
Yes.
And what type of activity are you trained to look for when investigating drug activity?
Yeah, I look at the behavior of the buyers, the behavior of the sellers, their interaction, hand-to-hands between them, money that is exchanged, driving behaviors. There's a lot that really goes into it.
Have you had experience conducting traffic stops relating to drug investigations?
Yes.
Have you had experience conducting searches of vehicles at traffic stops relating to drug investigations?
Yes.
About how often would you say that happens?
Very frequently, multiple times a week.
Are you trained specifically in recognizing when someone is under the influence of drugs?
Yes, I am a certified drug recognition expert in the state of Ohio.
What does that mean?
I'm trained, this was through the Highway Patrol. I'm trained to observe people under the influence of narcotics and kind of their physiological behaviors when they do consume drugs.
And that training allows you to recognize when an individual is under the influence of a narcotic?
Yes.
Does the Mentor Police Department operate off of anonymous tips in regarding to drug investigations?
Yes.
And how generally does that work?
Anybody can call the Mentor Police Department if they have knowledge of drug activity. We get calls like this quite frequently. They'll call the main dispatch and they will forward them over to myself or my partner, Detective Jacob, and we'll field their call and see what information they have to provide us.
Do you take down the caller's information in this circumstance?
I usually ask them if they want to leave their name. It's up to them if they want to leave that information or remain anonymous.
And once you receive a tip of this nature, how do you evaluate whether or not to take any action?
Generally, it's based on how much information they give me. Somebody who is able to provide me with specific names, it's hard to believe, but just giving somebody's name is actually a very big tip. If there's addresses involved, vehicles, license plates, behaviors, dates, times, the more information, the better. It's information like that is a lot better than somebody calling and saying, hey, this guy, he goes by Ace and he sells drugs at this hotel. Like, there's not much I can really work with there.
So when you receive a tip that has that kind of information that you're talking about, do you take any action to attempt to verify that information?
Yes.
How do you do that?
That's exactly what I do. I try to verify anything and everything they told me by looking it up in police databases, our history at the Mentor Police Department. I'll try to verify license plates, vehicles, addresses, who owns the house, who's living there, if we have any experience with anybody involved.
Are you familiar with Dean Schnaufer?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a case involving him that occurred on January 10th, 2023?
Yes.
How did you become involved in that case?
I received a phone call from a female who gave me information about Dean and his son Michael. More specifically, she explained that Dean drives Michael to Cleveland or Euclid every day for Michael to purchase drugs. This female was able, right when I heard their names, I immediately knew who they were. I have dealt with Dean myself. The Mentor Police Department as a whole has dealt with Michael multiple times. We've been to their residence on Jordan Drive in Mentor multiple times for overdoses. I had a good immediate knowledge of who they were. I was told by the caller that there is a orange Saturn Vue that's owned by Dean, as well as a silver Subaru that's involved. I was also told that Michael's girlfriend is also a user. Her name is Natalie Mauser. I was told that they usually traveled to Cleveland in the early afternoon or evening. This caller provided a pretty substantial amount of information to me.
Did the caller provide the address of Dean and Michael?
Yes.
And was that address the address that you knew Dean and Michael to reside at?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take down the caller's contact information?
No.
Why not?
Like I said before, I asked if she would like to leave her information, and she said no.
Using the kind of the methods that you described, did you find this tip to be credible?
Yes.
Why?
Again, I was able to corroborate everything that this person told me.
What were you able to corroborate?
The address of where Dean and Michael lived. She gave me the specific address, which was correct. Dean and Michael living there. The vehicles that were involved, I ran Dean and Michael's information through through Oleg and other law enforcement databases, I was able to confirm that Dean owned a orange Saturn Vue and a silver Subaru Forester. So yeah, a lot of this information I was able to verify immediately, just based off of some quick searches.
Did you take any action after you verified the information from this tip?
Yes.
And what action was that?
This female told me everything about who was involved and the vehicles and the address, so the only thing to follow up on was if it actually was happening. So I decided to go up to their house, and I sat down the street in the area so I could keep an eye on the house and see if they were going to go to Cleveland.
And what was the date that you began conducting this surveillance?
It was January 10th.
Okay. About what time?
Let's say the early afternoon, maybe 1, 2 o'clock I was there.
And so, where were you in relation to the residence?
I was on another side street, just to the west of their house, probably 5 or 6 houses away.
Did you have a clear, unobstructed view of the house?
Yes.
When you got there, what did you initially observe?
I saw the orange Saturn Vue was parked in the driveway. Nobody was outside. After 20 or 30 minutes, I saw the silver Subaru drive down the street and pull in the driveway. That was being driven by Natalie. I knew from just researching her information that she did not have a license. It was suspended.
How did you know that the Subaru was being driven by Natalie? Did you recognize her?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Natalie pulled into the driveway and then went inside the house. And a short time later, Dean, Michael, and Natalie all came out of the house. Dean got into the orange Saturn Vue. Natalie and Michael got into the silver Subaru. Natalie was driving. Michael was in the passenger seat.
Then what happened?
Then they left the house and they started driving together in tandem. They were following one another, and they started driving out of the Headlands area where they live.
So at this point, from what you had observed, was it consistent with the tip that you had received?
Yes.
Did you follow the vehicles when they left the residence?
Yes.
And did you request any assistance from anyone?
Yes, I did.
Who was that?
My partner, Detective Matthew Jacob. I was up there just watching the house by myself. So I gave him a call. He was working, doing something else. I called him and said, hey, can you help me with a follow? Usually we would do that with one car, but since there were 2 cars this time, I just wanted somebody else to help me follow.
Okay. And so did Detective Jacob join you in following those vehicles?
He did, yes.
And what route did the vehicles take?
The exact route, they
Well,
went...
generally.
Generally, they left the Headlands. They went south on Corduroy Road. They then traveled east on Lakeshore Boulevard to Heisley Road, where they went south to State Route 2, and they got on Route 2 westbound.
Okay. And where did they go?
They drove to they ended up getting off at an exit and driving to a house on Cresthaven Drive in Willowick.
Were you following both vehicles the entire time?
Yes.
And did you map out this route on Google Maps?
Yes, I did.
May I first witness, Your Honor?
Yep.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked in State's Exhibit 1A. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me what that is?
This is the route that they drove from Dean and Michael's house to 29611 Cresthaven Drive in Willowick.
And is that the map that you routed on Google Maps?
Yes.
And that map accurately depicts the route that they took that day?
Yes.
I move to admit State's Exhibit 1A.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. I would object to lack of foundation.
All right, objection's overruled. It's admitted.
So about how long did this route take?
Say about 23, 25 minutes.
That's what Patrick was here.
Oh, okay. Well,
Judge, we're gonna try to reboot this computer here.
Why is it off? Does that operate the screen?
Yeah, we're not sure, that's why Patrick said was down here, have an issue with.
okay. I can just hold it up. Also. My first one is. All right, so, and this route here, when you mapped it on Google Maps, does that give an approximate driving time?
Yes.
What is that driving time?
23 minutes.
Objection, Your Honor. The objection would be to lack of foundation
For
for
what, exactly what?
for when he's describing that this route takes 23 minutes, and that's depicted on this Google map, but I don't know, he didn't describe when this screenshot was taken, or if this included the traffic that was involved on that day.
Well, the 23 minutes, his testimony is that's how Google maps it?
Yes, but
Okay.
I think that this screenshot depicts the traffic that's in place at the time that this screenshot was taken, and I don't believe that that was taken at the time that this.
What's the
offense was.
significance whether it took 23 minutes, 22 minutes, or 24 minutes?
I anticipate that as the testimony goes on, that they're going to bring up the significance that a different route was taken on the way back, and they're going to point out the difference.
Okay. Well, it's overruled.
And
Is that thing working?
No, Judge, I just texted Patrick to come back down here.
Is it because of that?
It might be.
All right, go ahead.
There we go.
Thank you. So both vehicles traveled that route that's in that map and arrived at a house in Wickliffe.
I believe it was Willowick.
Oh, Willowick, I apologize.
I
Thank
think
you.
it's close, right there on the border. Yeah.
And what did the vehicles do when they arrived there?
The silver Subaru, driven by Natalie, Michael as a passenger, pulled into the driveway. Dean pulled up in front of the house and stopped on the street.
And did the occupants of the vehicles do anything?
Yes. Natalie went inside the house. Michael got out of the silver Subaru he was in and got into the front passenger seat of the orange Saturn Vue that Dean was driving.
Where were you in relation to the house and these vehicles?
Down the street, maybe
What do you mean?
6 or 7 houses.
Did you have a clear, unobstructed view of the vehicles and the occupants?
Yes.
Use your-
Once Michael got into the defendant's vehicle, what did they do next?
They drove away from the house.
Did you follow them?
Yes, I did.
Actually, I'm going to back up. The house that both vehicles drove to, are you aware of who owns that house?
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
Just a quick search on the county auditor's page. I found it was owned by, I believe, William and I believe Patricia Mauser.
And Mauser, that's the last name of Natalie.
That's correct.
She was driving the gray Subaru.
She was.
Silver. All right. So once the defendant and Michael drove away from the house.
I'm sorry.
Did you follow them?
Yes, I did.
And describe the route or where they went after this.
They went further west on, I believe that's Lakeshore Boulevard, further west into Euclid, and they eventually came to a Dollar General that's on East 200th Street in Euclid.
And I apologize if you already stated this, but what vehicle are the defendant and Michael in at this point?
They are in Dean's orange Saturn vehicle.
So what happens when they arrive at the Dollar General?
They park on the south side of the building, and then they wait. They just sit in their car. Neither one gets out of the car. They sat there for about 10 minutes.
Where are you in relation to where they are when this is going on?
Just down the street, I'd say 2 houses away from the Dollar General, but I could clearly see their vehicle.
Are you utilizing any like tools to view them more closely, or are you just looking at them?
I have a pair of binoculars that I use.
About how long did the defendant and Michael remain at the Dollar General in their vehicle?
10 minutes.
No one got out of the car?
Correct.
Then what happened?
They backed out of their spot, and they drove eastbound until they reached East 222nd Street, where they pulled into a small little pizza shop called Pizza Now.
The time that they spent at the Dollar General, was that activity indicative to indicate anything to you based on your training and experience as a narcotics detective?
Yes.
What was that?
Just based on my training, working narcotics, doing surveillance, actually organizing controlled buys of drugs. This is textbook. Somebody looking to buy drugs. We get this occasionally when you're buying drugs from a dealer. You kind of work on their time. You go to where they tell you, and you wait there until they get there. And that's based on my experience. That's what was occurring.
Once they arrived at the Pizza Now, where were you in relation to where they were parked?
The Pizza Now is on the west side of East 222nd. I was at a convenience store that's on the east side of 222nd. They were parked in a parking spot facing west. If you picture Dean's car, it's kind of the front of his car is 12 o'clock. Passenger side is 3 o'clock. I was in a position at about his 4 o'clock, so I could see the entire passenger side of his car.
And who was in the passenger side of the vehicle?
Michael.
Are you still observing them through binoculars?
Yes.
And what do you observe while they're at the Pizza Now?
So when they pulled into the Pizza Now, they pulled just to the left of a Toyota Camry that was already sitting in the parking lot. I saw Michael roll down his window, and he began talking. He turned his body, and his face was looking towards the Toyota Camry, and it looked like he was talking with somebody who was sitting in the driver's seat of the Toyota Camry. After just a moment, a person got out of the driver's seat of the Camry. It was a black female. She was probably 40 to 50 years old. She stood up and stood there right next to Michael's open window, talked with him for a moment, and then I'll kind of show it here, she kind of leaned her upper body on the open window of Michael's open window, and her hands were kind of resting, her arms were resting on the open window there. She she stood there for another moment, and then she walked away, and I think she might have went inside the Pizza Now store. But this whole interaction from them pulling in to her walking away from the car was probably 2 minutes, not even.
Once the female walked away from the car, what did Dean and Michael do?
They backed out of their parking spot and left the area.
Immediately after she walked away from the window?
Yes.
And what you witnessed there, based on your training and experience, what did you believe you'd witnessed?
A drug deal.
Why did you believe that?
I mean, it goes back to what I said about organizing drug deals. You're working on a drug dealer's time. They tell you where to meet, and you wait there. We've had plenty of circumstances where drug dealers will make us wait there for 10 minutes, 30 minutes, 2 hours. We've had drug dealers change the location at the very last second. They'll tell us to meet at a McDonald's, and we'll get a call while we're sitting there, and they'll say, actually, meet down the street at the Speedway. You got to go meet at the Speedway. And then, I mean, I've witnessed plenty of drug deals in my experience, and they're just quick interactions. There's really no policies or procedures with how to conduct a drug deal, but the short interaction at the window, lean in against the window. One person walks away and the other immediately leaves.
Is that a set of circumstances that you've seen before
Yes.
in known drug transactions?
Yes.
How often?
It's hard to put a number on it, but a lot.
While this is occurring in Euclid, is Detective Jacob still also surveilling with you?
Yes.
Are you in contact with him as this is going on?
Yes.
And are you describing to him what you're seeing as you're seeing it?
Yes.
After the defendant and Michael pull out of the Pizza Now, where do they go?
They drive south on East 222nd. They get on the highway and they start traveling eastbound on Route 2.
Do you and Detective Jacob continue to follow them?
Yes.
Where do they go?
They got off at, I forget the specific exit, I believe 91, and essentially they drive back to the Cresthaven Drive residence where Natalie was.
And when they get back to that residence, based on your positioning, are you able to see the residents and the vehicles?
Once we got in the area, no, I parked a street over, but Detective Jacob he had view of the house.
And are you still in contact with him?
Yes.
And is he describing to you what he's seeing as he's seeing it?
Yes.
And so once the vehicle gets back to the house, what happens?
Dean pulls back up in front of the house on the street where he parks. Michael gets out of the front passenger seat and goes inside the house.
What do you and Detective Jacob do at this point?
We waited there because Dean waited there. Yeah, we just sat there.
At some point, did Michael come back out of the house?
Yes.
Okay. About how long after he had gone into the house did he come back out?
30 minutes.
During that time frame, what was the defendant doing?
Just sitting in his car right in
His
front of the house.
car was parked right in front of the house?
Yep.
When Michael came out of the house, what happened?
He got back into the silver Subaru. He got into the front passenger seat. Natalie got back into the driver's seat, and they again went back to driving in tandem.
They both left the Subaru and the View left the house at the same time.
Yes.
Based on your training and experience, did the activity that was observed there indicate anything to you?
Yes.
What was that?
Dean was still involved with Michael and purchasing these drugs. That's what I had reason to believe, especially because he waited there for 30 minutes and then they started driving again together east back towards Menor.
And Michael did not get back into Dean's car?
He did not.
Do you continue to follow the two vehicles back towards Menor?
Yes.
And did you notice anything about the route that they were taking?
Yes.
What did you notice?
It was not the same route. It was not the same return route that they took there. It was, they remained on Lakeshore Boulevard the entire way from the house back to towards Menor.
Did that behavior indicate anything to you?
Yes.
What did it indicate?
Generally, if we just think geographically, it's not as a direct route, not as a quick route. You're liable to hit more lights, it's only Lakeshore Boulevard. It's only a 2-lane road all the way back to Menor, whereas you get on the freeway, 3-4 lane road. We all working in Lake County here. I know police officers, they sit up on the highways. We all see them trying to catch speeders or other, criminals driving on the roadways. They're going to concentrate more on heavily traveled roadways than less traveled streets, back streets, or not as busy roads.
This type of behavior, taking a different route, have you seen that before?
Yes.
In what kind of circumstances have you seen that?
Many times when we would be surveilling a drug dealer or somebody that's purchased drugs or somebody who's just generally involved in criminal activity. They'll stay off of major roadways or areas where the police regularly sit. We've had people take side streets, cut-throughs, just to stay off the main roads.
So following the vehicles back to Menor on a different route, did that make you suspicious?
Yes.
Or raise your suspicions?
Yes, it did.
And did you map the route from that residence back to the Jordan House residence on Google Maps?
Yes.
May I approach you, Mr. Honor?
Yep.
And you wish to mark the case exhibit 1B.
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the route from the Cresthaven Drive residence in Willowick back to Dean and Michael's house on Jordan Drive in Menor.
And is that route generally the route that they were following when you followed them back to Menor that day?
Yes.
And does that route on that map fairly accurately depict the route that they took on that day?
Yes.
And when you map this on Google Maps, did it give an approximate time of travel for this route?
Yes.
What was that time of travel?
32 minutes.
Overall, based on everything that you had witnessed on that day, did you believe that there was criminal activity occurring?
Yes.
Okay, and overall, what did you base that belief on?
Based it from the starting off with the tip, everything that I was provided, even to the behavior that the anonymous complaint made that Dean drives Michael to Cleveland or Euclid every day in the afternoon or early evening to buy drugs. We ended up following them. Their behavior on East 200th and East 222nd was pretty much spot on with my experience of narcotics and drug activity. And then driving back to Willowick, where Dean dropped Michael off, and Dean waited around the house in his car until it was time for Michael and Natalie to leave again. And then they started heading back towards Menor, and they took a different route. All of this taken together, yes, I believe that they were involved in criminal activity.
Did Dean and Michael and Natalie at some point enter back into Menor?
Yes.
And what did you do at that point?
While, just to back up a little bit, while we're heading back towards Mentor, I kind of called ahead and asked for a couple marked police cars to be available, as it was my intention to pull over these two vehicles. So we had a couple police cars ready on Lakeshore Boulevard near State Route 306. In anticipation, that's the route that we were going to take back into Menor.
Why did you intend to stop both vehicles?
One, just due to the fact that Dean and Michael were the two involved here. They were now in separate cars. Michael being the one that purchased the drugs, who I witnessed purchased drugs. Dean being the person that drove him there and then hung around the house for 30 minutes and waited to drive back with him. I wanted both vehicles stopped.
And when you entered back into Menor, were both vehicles stopped?
Yes.
Okay. Did you participate in one of those stops?
Yes, I did.
Which one?
The stop of the Subaru with Natalie driving and Michael as the passenger.
And was there a patrol officer that effectuated that stop?
Yes.
Who was that?
Patrolman Brian Wayne.
At the time that the Subaru was stopped, were there any traffic violations being committed?
Yes.
What were those?
The license plate on the vehicle was expired, and Natalie, as I said before, didn't have a driver's license. It was suspended.
Where did the stop of the Subaru take place?
It took place just east of State Route 306 on Lakeshore Boulevard. They ended up stopping in the parking lot of a tobacco convenience store.
Was the defendant's car also stopped?
Yes.
Who stopped his car?
Patrolman John Miller.
And did Detective Jacob assist with that stop?
He did.
Where was the defendant's vehicle stopped?
It was kind of in the same collective parking lot, just a little to our east, I would say 50 yards away from us.
Were the two stops close enough to hear what was going on at either stop?
No.
Was Detective Jacob present at any point of your stop with the Subaru, Natalie, and Michael?
No.
Is the Menor Police Department equipped with body-worn cameras?
Yes.
And do you use those body-worn cameras when you're on duty?
Yes.
Where do you wear your camera?
It's on my exterior carrier, probably right in the center of my chest.
How does the camera work?
Usually it's linked up to a patrol car, but since I didn't have a patrol car, there's a button to press that activates the recording. So once the stop happened, I had to press the button to activate it.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And when you record an incident on your body camera, how is that footage saved?
So when I push the button, it jumps back. The video jumps back 1 minute prior, like a pre-record time, but there's no audio for that 1 minute. So the audio starts once I hit the button. And then after we're done with whatever recording we want, we can save it to the device, and then we have to take it back to the police department and put it in a dock where it goes up in
How do you save it on the device?
There- double tap the button twice to stop the recording, and then you have to push a couple other buttons to save what you want the recording saved as.
And is this the procedure that's used anytime you want to save body camera footage?
Yes.
And so you were wearing body camera on this date.
Yes.
And you did turn it on for your interaction at the stop with the Subaru.
Yes.
Did you save that footage after the interaction was completed?
Yes.
And did you save it in the same manner that you just described that is
Yeah.
the procedure?
Yes.
Have you since viewed your body camera footage from that date?
Yes.
And the body camera footage that you viewed, did it fairly and accurately depict what had happened on that day?
Yes.
Judge, Patrick said he can come down, he has to reboot it from your bench.
Well,
Take a break, or,
better get him down here.
okay.
Stand up.
Judge,
When did this work last?
you've been hitting on it for a while.
Do you need to unplug it?
We're gonna just try some stuff out here first.
Okay.
There's like 68 now the other day. I don't know. It's gotten a little warmer, but then I've been sitting with this blanket on. It's like freezing. My hair, like I have hair too, yeah. Haircut. Yeah, seriously. I've been thinking, I've been freaking out.
Is the video clipped or is it anything? It's not clipped. I wasn't gonna play the whole thing. But I didn't clip it. I was gonna here. I can tell you. I was gonna stop Butler's.
Should it be on HDMI?
I was gonna skip through. him
That I can't remember, so we'll have to cycle through, but
I think
I was
it's
gonna skip through.
Like,
just like searching. the
touching
video.
BYOD.
Yeah.
And then stop it at 11:45. So it's like just when. I think just when he hears from Jacob that Dean said it was in the car. Okay.
That's my son. That's Natalie. No shoes.
You got 2 minutes, I'll give you a card to the TV. Sorry about that.
Sure, I've never had a case where this goes. Never, ever, never.
It's better without the other computer, or the other display.
Never seen this issue happen before.
The first times ever had the big screen go out like that.
Awesome.
We had that power outage this morning, and when the generator booted back up.
Was it power outage this morning?
Yeah, nothing else did. 7:40.
Wasn't even finding that bad.
We'll see.
Take another page.
Display.
So, okay, so there's a power outage Friday, right?
This morning,
Oh, okay. All right, so, my bad. Batteries. All of our members are having a lot better once a week. We wouldn't do that without the backup. Now we got it. Yeah, you might be on something.
Sixth grade. Okay. Going to an old man. Jesus. And then it was so exciting. It was like a movie day. The TVs didn't look like that though. No. Huge backs. Yeah. Like bigger than the actual ones.
okay, just go to Sarah's.
So why don't I just put it underneath the other one, would that be a better location for you guys, would this work?
Huh?
You know,
I'm
does
sorry.
this work for you guys, having it over here?
You need to see it, but other than that.
Depends on where you want it this side.
Sorry, guys.
I mean, we can still try to put it over on the side to angle it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And again, in most cases, usually the knowing word is the hardest part. Thank you.
No, got power over here.
Yeah, that thought was fine, if it would just collect those, and then everybody, this case ended up settling for.
No, you're fine.
Suddenly, the performance wasn't very good.
Yeah, yeah, I can see. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, we're gonna turn a little bit more, Sarah, as soon as,
I can
we
see.
get set up, we'll turn the name a little more.
I just think it's from the same.
You're fine. Oh, yeah.
It was a very reason.
Also, if you're connected to the court's computer, I can just put the USB in.
The course computer doesn't connect to this card. We're on Plan C at this point, so sorry.
I tried. That was my only suggestion.
Aha!
Patrick.
Just go ahead and try it, sir.
Are we on the record, or do you want to try it first before we go on the record?
You want to go to record, Judge? Should work. He said she's on there.
Or I can try it first.
Where's he?
He's watching from the upstairs to make sure everything's set.
Might as well. Beat sitting here doing nothing.
Okay. So for the record, I am inserting a USB into my computer port here. Have you viewed the video that's on this USB?
Yes.
It's labeled States Exhibit 2, or is labeled Exhibit 2.
Yes.
Is the video that is labeled Exhibit 2 on this USB the same video from your body camera footage of your stop of Michael and Natalie's car on January 10th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay, and does that video fairly and accurately depict that stop on that day?
Yes.
Move to admit States Exhibit 2, Your Honor.
The objection of 2,
No, Your Honor.
submitted.
And you testified that these body cameras have to be manually turned on?
Yes.
And so once they're turned on, there's a 1 minute time frame where there's no sound from prior to it being turned on?
That's correct.
And so is that the portion that we're seeing now with no sound?
Yes.
So what are we viewing here?
We're driving eastbound on Lakeshore Boulevard, and we're about to pull into the parking lot. Patrol officers are pulling the cars over right now. So that's when I activated it.
Can you hear that at all, Detective?
Yeah.
I can't. Can you pause it? Find out
Yes.
what the problem with the volume is here?
Do
Is that,
you want to try the volume on your
is that
computer?
up there all the way on that display?
On my computer it is. I don't know if it's connected to this or not. Is this
Can you find that out if that, no, I'm talking about that.
This is, yes.
That's all the
This
way
is all
up?
the way up.
Okay, so we don't make this all the way up.
What about on your laptop?
It is all the way up on
It
the
is?
laptop
Okay.
as well.
Is there a remote for the TV?
It is the TV.
Oh, that's up there.
There's a plus button on the side of it.
I have no idea.
Say give it a go.
He's going down, he's gonna check see if the sound, see if the sound bar's not connected. He's going to check to make sure the TV volume is all the way up, and then just match it to your computer. So he's going down 2 seconds.
So that thing doesn't work at all?
For some reason, not working at all.
Can you, tell them to stop the party in the hallway?
Yes,
Whoever
sir.
the hell's making all that noise.
It's all the way up on here on my laptop.
All right, great.
Okay.
Thank you. If I could, Your Honor, I'll just go back to when the sound began.
All right.
Thank you. So for the record, I'm starting again the video at Windows Media Time 1 minute.
How you doing? What you brought a car from me, alright? Right back here to the rear. Got my DNA?
Yeah, that's what I was getting at.
Cool. Michael?
Yep.
Alright. Michael, you still staying on Jordan?
Yeah.
Where you guys coming from today?
Grandma's.
Grandma's?
Yeah.
You said some garbage.
No, no, we'll find it out. I'm right here. Usually I got it on me. But I don't. But usually I have Rocky with me. Just about to get lottery tickets.
Cool. Where else you guys come from?
That's it.
Where else?
No.
You go anywhere else with your pops?
No.
You did?
No.
No. Didn't follow you into Euclid?
You follow me and you would.
Yeah. Riding around with your dad? See where we're going, Michael. I've been following you for the last hour and a half. You have any, we'll just get right through on your person, too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Just step right in front of this car right here. Just put your hands up on top of your head for me. Interlace your fingers. Take a step backwards. Perfect. Just spread your feet out for me. Nice and wide. Michael, you on probation or? No. No, okay. So you didn't go anywhere with your dad?
I mean, I did, but
Yeah. You guys go.
to see a friend.
That.
One of my friends. I mean, I went to see somebody, but they don't have anything on.
Okay.
That was hours ago.
Okay. Did you use already?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
What'd you purchase?
So,
No.
yeah.
What, I think? Maybe.
Yeah.
Just look at it back for me. Which nostril do you use? Right one? How do you feel right now?
Well, I was okay.
Okay.
For the record, I'm going to pause the video at 4 minutes, 14 seconds, Windows Media Time. So the portion that we just viewed, that's Michael Schnoffer, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he just stated to you that he used prior to the stop.
Yes.
And then you look like you checked his nostrils.
Yes.
Why did you do that?
I asked him how he used. If he said he was buying dope, but I assumed it was heroin or fentanyl, some sort of powder. There's obviously multiple ways you could administer that drug into your body: snorting it, shooting it, smoking it. So I asked him how he used, and he said he snorted it. More specifically, I asked him which nostril he uses, because drug users, sometimes they prefer one nostril over the other. And he said he used his right one to snort the drugs.
And so when we viewed on here, you looked at his both nostrils, but his right nostril.
Yes.
What were you looking for?
Any sort of any evidence that would show he did use any powder residue. You know, some people who snort the drugs, you'll see some sort of residue up in their nose or right around the edge of their nose.
Did you see any of that type of evidence in either of Michael's nostrils?
No.
Then after that, we hear you ask him how he's feeling. What was the purpose of that question?
How he's physically feeling. If he's stating that he used drugs, I'm asking to see how he's physically feeling from the drugs. I think he said I was good. I think he was insinuating more so being stopped by the police and searched, but I was just asking him how he feels, essentially how the drugs were making him feel.
Based on your training as a drug recognition expert and what you observed on the scene, did you believe that Michael had used the drugs?
No.
Why not?
I just from my interaction right there, I didn't notice any indicators, physiological indicators that he was under the influence or had recently used. Some of those with a narcotic analgesic is the drug category. That's going to be your opiates, your heroin, your fentanyl. I'm going to notice things. I'm going to notice pinpoint pupils. I'm going to notice droopy eyelids. I'm going to notice drowsiness. Being on the nod is what they call it. I didn't see any of these indicators from him.
During this portion of your interaction with Michael, is Detective Jacob on this stop with you?
No, he's with Dean.
Do you have, at this point, any knowledge of what's going on during that stop with the defendant?
No.
Where did you use? In the car, yeah. Okay. How long ago?
Like, when we left for Ramos.
Like, when you just left? Like
Yeah.
5, 10 minutes ago? Okay. Is there any more in the car? Nothing?
No.
Okay. Spread your feet out. So that's one. A little bit lighter. Cool. She got any dope on her? No. Is that what you had that woman at the pizza place for?
Yeah.
Here, actually, turn your body this way towards me. Just kick his shoe off. Okay. What does she buy from her? 30. Did she use? What about your dad? No?
Just me.
Just you, okay. Would she give you the dope then?
Well, she usually gives it to me in like a pizza receipt, convenient receipt.
Okay.
But once I use it, I toss it.
Where's that at now?
I toss it.
Okay. Where at? Just out the window?
Yeah. Probably in the living room.
So your living room?
I mean, you know, I don't want to keep that around.
I'm just messing with you. Just hang tight.
Alright.
So, you said you already used way here.
For the record, I've paused the video at Windows Media Time, 6 minutes and 27 seconds. That officer that we just saw you interacting with, who is that?
Patrolman Brian Wayne.
Okay, and you just told him what Michael had told you about using on the way there.
Yes.
Was Patrolman Wayne with you on your stop with the Subaru through the entirety of the stop?
Yes.
Hey, miss? You step on out for me? Come right out back here.
And then pausing at 6 minutes and 36 seconds. At this point of the video, what are you doing?
Asking Natalie to exit the vehicle.
Okay. And does she exit the vehicle?
Yes.
And do you speak with her briefly?
Yes.
For the record, I'm going to skip ahead to Windows Media Time, 8 minutes, 16 seconds.
Where,
Stop right.
I don't do drugs.
Okay, 8 minutes, 4 seconds. I apologize.
no, perfect. All right. Nothing else? Do you have anything in your shirt? You don't have to really show me. Do you have anything stuffed anywhere down your pants? No? Alright. Well, you're just gonna have a seat in the back of the car for the time being, okay?
That's Patrolman Wayne right there in the back.
Yes.
You wanna run anyway? Did she say yes? She said, yeah, she gave consent. No, doesn't matter. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. He said, he told me.
For the record, stopping at 9 minutes and 6 seconds. What did you just state over the radio?
That was my call. I'm 5:39, so just I usually go by 39. My partner, Detective Jacob, is 5:38, so I was trying to contact him by saying 5:39 to 5:38, just to get his attention so I can communicate with him.
And at that point, what were you trying to communicate? What were you planning on communicating with him?
I was just going to give him an update on how my stop was going, that Michael's admissions, he said he bought, he said he used, he said he threw it out the window, the receipt, which would have had it, but I was just going to update him with it.
And at this point, do you give him that update over your radio?
No.
Why not?
He was busy dealing with Dean.
record, pausing at 9:52. What are you doing at this point?
Beginning to search the car.
Who's that searching the vehicle with you?
I believe it was Patrolman Wayne.
Why are you searching the vehicle?
Because I had reason to believe that the drugs were in the car. Like I said, witness Michael purchased drugs. He admitted to purchasing drugs. He stated that he had used the drugs, but based on my training, my experience, I didn't believe him. So I was looking for the drugs in the car or for this receipt that he claimed that it was packaged in.
Okay. And so at this point, you subsequently begin to search the Subaru, correct?
Yes.
For the record, I'm going to skip ahead to about 11 minutes. So 10:56, Windows Media Time.
He lied about, he was lying to him about, oh, I just saw them on the road and we started following each other. Okay. So then he's like, no, here's what we did. We follow you. And he's just like, oh. He let us search him. We didn't search the car yet. He wanted to have a dog with it. I don't know.
He told, Michael told me he lied. He he said he already used between when they left her parents' place and I'm on the way here on Lake Shore. He said he already used it. So, I mean, she gave us consent. So if he doesn't, yeah, just have Bill step over there.
All right, so for the record, stopping at Windows Media Time 11 minutes and 43 seconds. Who was that you were just speaking to?
Patrolman John Miller.
How is he involved in this case?
He was the officer that pulled over Dean's car.
Okay, so had he been on this, he had not been on the stop with you and Natalie and Michael this entire time?
Correct.
Where did he come from?
From the stop of Dean's car, which was just in the other parking lot.
And when you just advised Patrolman Miller of what Michael told you, is that the first time you've advised anybody involved in the defendant's stop what Michael had said?
Yes.
Did you see where Patrolman Miller went after you told him that?
Yes.
Where did he go?
Back to the Dean stop, traffic stop.
And that the last thing you mentioned something to Patrolman Miller there about consent and a dog, and if he refuses consent, run the dog. What are you referring to there?
In addition to Patrolman Wayne on this traffic stop, there was another officer you could see has a bald head. It's Patrolman Bill Mackey. He's a canine officer for our department. And I actually requested him before we stopped the cars, just because his canine officer is trained in the detection of the odor of narcotics. So, like in my stop, I asked Natalie for consent to search the car. I like to ask people for consent, but just if anything went otherwise, we would have him there to run a canine on the car.
And so were you instructing Patrolman Miller to have, if the defendant did not consent, to have the canine do a sniff of the defendant's car?
Yes.
Why would you want the canine to do a sniff of the defendant's car?
Because just from everything that we witnessed earlier today up until this point, I had reason to believe that Dean was still involved here with Michael and the purchase of these narcotics.
Were you present for any of the interaction with the defendant at his stop?
No.
At this point, have you been made aware of any statements that the defendant has made to Detective Jacob?
No.
Yeah, go ahead. In your car or my car?
All right, for the record, stopping at Windows Media Time, 13 minutes and 19 seconds. Just there when we heard you say, yeah, go ahead, and then your car, my car. What's happening?
Somebody from the other stop was. I wear an earpiece when so you can't hear my radio traffic out loud. Only I can in my ear. But somebody from the other stop contacted me to tell me something.
Do you know what they were telling you?
I don't recall.
Yeah, take a look. Michael admitted to buying. He said he bought $30 worth. Claims that he used in between the time that they left that house and got stopped.
All right, and for the record, stopping at 13 minutes and 42 seconds. Based on what we just heard, can you tell who you're speaking to?
Yeah, that's going to be my partner, Detective Jacob.
Okay. And that is that the first communication that you and he have had since the cars were stopped?
Yes.
During this communication, are you made aware of a statement that the defendant has made?
During that short little communication, or
Yes.
is that what you're asking? Yes.
Okay. And what did you learn that the defendant stated?
That he has the narcotics
Where?
in his car.
Did you continue to search the Subaru once you learned that the defendant stated that?
Yes.
Why?
Just to see if there was any other paraphernalia or.
Did you still believe that there may be contraband in the Subaru? Based
Yes.
on everything that you've already testified to.
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Cross?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. You can delete that one, I think. Good morning, Detective.
Morning.
I want to start back at the beginning of your testimony today, where you were describing the tips that you received regarding the Schnaufers.
Yes.
Okay. On your direct examination, you stated that you received an anonymous tip, right?
Yes.
And that means that you don't know who that tip was from. Is that right?
At the onset of the tip, yes, but I received repeated phone calls from this person, and I was able to gather and eventually learn who this person was.
So when you say that you received multiple phone calls from them, was that all prior to this stop that we are speaking about today?
Yes.
Okay. So the first initial call that you received, you did not know who the person was.
No.
And then the calls came in how many times after that?
I'd say maybe three or four.
And were they all consistent in what they were describing was occurring?
Yes.
And to your recollection, that was that Dean Schnaufer, my client, was driving Michael Schnaufer to Cleveland, right?
Yes.
And the tipster was stating that that was to purchase drugs, right?
Yes.
And who was it that was allegedly purchasing drugs?
Michael.
In these tips, was there ever any indication that Dean himself was purchasing drugs?
No.
Was there ever any indication in the tips that Dean used illegal drugs?
No.
You stated that you know Dean, right?
Yes.
And that's from your professional capacity as a law enforcement officer and mentor?
Yes.
Have you ever known Dean to be involved with using illegal drugs?
No.
And you stated that you are also familiar with his son, Michael Schnaufer, right?
Yes.
And Michael is the co-defendant of Dean in this case, right?
Yes.
And are you aware from your from your experience with the Mentor Police Department that Michael is a drug user?
Yes.
And you stated on direct examination that you believed that his girlfriend, Natalie, also was, I think you described her as a user, right?
Yes.
And when you say that, you mean a drug user, right?
Yes.
Okay. You had also talked about reporting
or going to the house on Jordan Drive as a law enforcement officer for Mentor for what you said, it was multiple drug overdoses, right?
Yes.
And who was it that was overdosing?
I believe it was Michael.
It was never Dean, right?
Correct.
When this person was calling with the tips, did they describe a legal activity that was occurring within Lake County?
In regards to the tip, driving, I guess the inception of it would be in Lake County, but it would carry over in Cuyahoga County.
And so they had reported consistently that drug deals were occurring in, I think in your report you wrote in Cleveland, right?
Yes.
And that's located in Cuyahoga County.
Correct.
And so what efforts did you make to make contact with law enforcement agencies in Cuyahoga County?
I did not contact them.
Okay. So you made the determination that you were going to look into the Schnaufers a little bit further, right?
Yes.
And that started at the house in Mentor.
Yes.
And is it located in Mentor or is it Mentor on the lake?
It's Mentor.
Okay. It's sort of up in the Headlands area, right?
Correct.
You stated on direct examination that you found these tips to be credible, right?
Yes.
And you found them to be credible in part because of what you witnessed on the day that we're speaking about here, right?
Yes.
You stated that you were able to corroborate the address that the Schnaufers were living at, right?
Yes.
You corroborated the vehicles that you believed were involved or that the tipster had indicated were involved, right?
Yes.
And you were able to corroborate the information that they would drive to Cuyahoga County, right?
Yes.
And you stated that you witnessed what you believe to be a drug transaction happening at a pizza location, right?
Yes.
And so you described witnessing a 30 to 40-year-old black female sort of lean up against the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And the vehicle that I'm talking about is Dean Schnaufer's car.
Yes.
And which window was she leaning up against?
The passenger window.
And who was seated in the passenger seat?
Michael.
You described watching this through binoculars, right?
Yes.
So were you able to see Dean?
No.
Okay. So do you know what Dean was doing?
He was sitting in the driver's seat, but not specifically what he was doing.
Okay. And so he didn't get out of the driver's seat?
He did not.
Neither of the Schnaufer men got out of the vehicles. Was that your testimony?
Correct.
And so could you not see Dean from the position that you were at?
Correct.
But you indicated that you believe you watched a drug purchase occur there in Euclid, right?
Yes.
And so what did you do with that information?
Right then?
Did you report that to any law enforcement agencies in Cuyahoga County?
No.
Okay. Have you ever?
I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Since then?
Since then?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so I'm speaking specifically about this case. Did you ever contact any law enforcement agencies in Cuyahoga County regarding this drug trafficking that you witnessed?
No.
Okay. So not at the time that it occurred, right?
Correct.
And regarding the Schnaufer specifically, you haven't contacted them since?
Correct.
You described your training in drug trafficking detection, right?
Yes.
And you indicated that you've been a narcotics detective for the last 4 years with the Mentor Police Department. Is that right?
Correct.
And you also indicated that you're a drug recognition expert, right?
Yes.
And that requires additional training.
Yes.
You described witnessing similar situations to what occurred in Euclid on many occasions, right?
Yes.
Are you aware of Dean Schnaufer's drug trafficking detection training?
No.
He doesn't have any, right? Do you know that?
I did not know that.
Okay. Well, are you, at any point in time, did you learn that he knows what a drug trafficking purchase looks like?
No.
Did any of the tips indicate to you that Dean was aware of what Michael was doing?
I kind of just reasoned that the sole intention of driving Michael was to purchase drugs, but I can't say specifically if the tipster said Dean knows or doesn't know what Michael was doing.
Okay, so you're not, that information wasn't provided to you by the tipster.
Correct.
You then described watching Dean and Michael drive back to Willowick, right?
Correct.
And you stated that Dean sat outside in his vehicle, right?
Yes.
Did you contact the Willowick Police Department?
No.
And what was Dean doing while he was sitting in the car?
I don't know.
Were you watching him?
I could not see him because I was parked down a side street, but Detective Jacob had a constant visual on Dean in the house.
So did the two of you did you take watching Michael and Detective Jacob watch Dean?
No. Michael went inside the house, so Detective Jacob could see Dean, his car, and the entire house.
So what were you doing?
I was sitting on a side street to the west of the house.
Just waiting?
Yes.
Okay. Why weren't you watching?
There weren't many cars parked on the street. I think Detective Jacob might have been the only one besides Dean, so we didn't want to have a couple of cars sitting on the street if it didn't seem normal.
Okay, makes sense. Did Detective Jacob ever report to you Dean doing anything suspicious?
He told me he was just sitting there.
So by just sitting there, inherently that would mean he wasn't making furtive movements, right?
I can't say.
Would you think that Detective Jacob would report that information to you?
Probably, yeah.
How about if you were using drugs? Do you think Detective Jacob would have reported that information to you?
Yes.
And that was not reported to you, right?
It was not.
And so Michael went inside of the house in Willowick, right?
Yes.
And it was your belief that that house was somehow related to Natalie and her family, right?
Correct.
Natalie is Michael's girlfriend.
Yes.
The person that you also suspected to be a drug user, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so just kind of setting up the situation of what was happening here, it's your belief that Michael had just scored, right? He had just bought drugs.
Yes.
Then he gets back to the house that is related to his girlfriend, right?
Yes.
And he walks inside, right?
Yes.
And then now the two drug users are inside the home in Willowick.
Correct.
And they are inside there for at least 30 minutes, right?
Yes.
What did you believe that they were doing at this time?
I cannot say.
So all of your training as a narcotics agent and all that you have been able to do in relation to suspecting whether or not people are doing illegal activity with drugs, during that 30 minutes, just no thoughts going on of what they were doing inside?
I could assume, but I can't say for sure.
Okay. So based on your experience as a narcotics detective, you would agree with me that oftentimes when people just score drugs, then they use them, right?
Yes.
When Michael and Natalie came back out from the house in Willowick, did Michael go back to Dean's car at any point in time?
I do not know.
Okay. Michael and Natalie, you do know that they got into another car, right?
Yes.
And then Natalie was the driver, right?
Yes.
And Michael was in the passenger seat?
Yes.
And then you stated that they drove off sort of in tandem with Dean.
Correct.
And so which vehicle was first, Dean's or Natalie's?
I do not recall.
Okay. I want to go back to the maps that you had talked about on direct examination. And you talked about State's Exhibit 1A. Do you still have that there?
I do not.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, may I approach the witness? I'm approaching the witness what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 1A and 1B.
Thank you.
You recognize those, right?
Yes.
Those are the same maps that you were talking about during your direct examination.
Yes.
And who created these maps? Was that you?
Yes.
Okay, and how did you do that? Was it screenshots from Google Maps?
Yes.
When did you do that?
I would say a couple of weeks ago, a week or two ago.
Okay, some time in preparation for the hearing that we have today, right?
Yep.
And when we're looking at the State's Exhibit 1A, you described that route as the route that the Schnaufer men took from the Mentor home to get to the Willowick home, right?
That's correct.
And that was the route that took Route 2, right?
Yes.
And on that map that we're looking at here, it describes the route as taking 23 minutes, right?
Yes.
And it's 15.7 miles, that route, right?
Yes.
And when you're looking at that map, you see the blue indication of the route that would have been taken on that day, right?
Yes.
And that that route is fairly consistently blue. Do you know what I mean by that?
Yes.
So it doesn't appear that there is much traffic on the route taken on Route 2 when you collected this from Google Maps, right?
Yes.
So Google Maps has the ability to, in real time, determine the amount of traffic that's on a given route. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. And so at least when you took this picture, that was the estimated amount of time that it would have taken based on the traffic that was available to Google at that time, right?
Yes.
And so then when we look at State's Exhibit 1B, this is the route that you described as the Schnaufer men driving back towards Mentor from Willowick towards the end of the incident, right?
Yes.
And this is the route that you describe as being less direct.
Yes.
Okay. And when we look at this route, this is described by Google Maps as being 14.6 miles, right?
Yes.
So you described it as being geographically less direct on your direct examination. Do you remember that?
Yes.
But according to Google Maps, it is nearly a mile less.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
This map here, State's Exhibit 1B, describes the route as taking 32 minutes, though, even though the mileage is shorter, right?
Yes.
And when we're looking at this route, the line is not consistently blue, right? There are periods of yellow along the route. Do you see those yellow spots?
Yes.
And you're aware that that indicates that there is some sort of traffic along the route, right?
Yes.
And this was not taken on the day and time in which you stopped the Schnaufer men, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it is your testimony that that route takes longer, right?
Less efficient. Yeah.
Okay. And are you aware that when you type in the two addresses into Google Maps, these are the two routes that Google Maps gives you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so this isn't an instance of taking a bunch of side streets, right?
It's just another route to get there.
So one is via highway and the other is via Lakeshore Boulevard, right?
Correct.
Okay. And they are, at least in the maps that you've provided, not significantly different in terms of the amount of time that it would take. Right?
10 minutes.
Okay. And that, again, is considering traffic being on Lakeshore Boulevard at that point, right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would renew my objection at this time.
It's overruled.
So I want to talk about the stops that occurred of both of the vehicles now. Where did those stops happen?
They happened, I believe the business that the stop of the Subaru happened at is called Discount Beverage and Tobacco. And the stop of Dean and the Saturn View was, it's right next to a bar. I think it's a bar, maybe a VFW, but it is on Lakeshore Boulevard, near the intersection of 306 Reynolds Road and Mentor.
Okay. And so did the stops happen there because essentially you have jurisdiction in Mentor and you had to wait until they got back to Mentor?
Correct.
Okay. And we watched your body cam video and you were involved in the stop of Michael, right?
Yes.
And you weren't really involved in the stop of Dean.
Correct.
And you stated that likewise Detective Jacob was not involved in your stop with Michael, right?
Correct.
You had testified that you didn't notice any clues that Michael had used drugs, right?
Correct.
But prior to stopping the vehicles, there wouldn't have been any clues for you to be able to detect, right?
Correct.
Because Michael wasn't operating the motor vehicle.
Correct.
Natalie was, right?
Correct.
And you talked about how that there was reason to stop Natalie's vehicle because you were aware that she was driving under suspended license, right?
Yes.
Are you aware if there was any traffic violation or similar issue with Dean's driver's license?
No.
You're not aware, or you know that there was not?
When I ran his information, he had a valid driver's license.
Okay. So do you know why Dean was stopped?
Yes.
Because you essentially ordered the stop, right?
Yes.
And that was based on what you believe was probable cause. Why was it? Was it because you believed there was probable cause?
Reasonable suspicion.
And what was that reasonable suspicion of?
It was based on back to the beginning, the very beginning of the tip.
Well, I'm sorry, I may have not asked my question the way that I was intending. What did you suspect he was doing that was illegal? Like, what crime did you suspect?
I suspected that Dean drove Michael to Cleveland for Michael to purchase drugs, and then him waiting around the house in Willowick for 30 minutes and then driving in tandem again back to Mentor. Dean was still involved with Michael and the purchase of the drugs in Cuyahoga.
So did you suspect that Michael possessed drugs? Excuse me, that Dean possessed drugs?
I wouldn't know unless I stopped him.
Okay. So the reasonable suspicion that you had was related to what crime?
Narcotics.
When you talked about not witnessing any clues of Michael having used drugs, you stated on direct examination that you suspected that you were going to find drugs somewhere, right?
Yes.
But you also had consent to search Natalie's car.
Yes.
And you stated that you had reason to believe that you were going to find drugs in Natalie's car, right?
Yes.
And you also stated that you didn't have the chance to update Detective Jacob about kind of what was going on with your stop, right?
Correct.
But at some point in time, we watched Officer Miller coming over to you and you having an exchange with Officer Miller, right?
Yes.
And you were able to update Officer Miller about what had occurred.
Yes.
And from there, you witnessed Officer Miller walk back to Detective Jacob in the stop of Dean, right?
Yes.
Are you aware of the conversation that occurred at that point?
No.
Because you weren't there, right?
Correct.
But after that is when Detective Jacob came over the radio and spoke to you, right?
Yes.
And that's when he stated to you something to the effect of, Dean said there are drugs in Dean's car, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you just don't personally know whether or not Officer Miller updated Detective Jacob on the information of what was going on at your stop, right?
I did not know at the time.
You also had an exchange with Officer Miller about the drug dog, right?
Yes.
And that was about if Dean won't give consent, have Bill walk the dog around. You were talking about Officer Mackey, right?
Yes.
Officer Mackey is the officer that you were describing has the canine.
Yes.
And why would a canine be used in a situation like this?
To detect the odor of narcotics.
And you're aware through your training and experience that you can use a drug dog without having to have probable cause, right?
Yes.
And so that was one option that you stated to Officer Miller. We always have the option of the drug dog, right?
Correct.
Are you aware of anything having to do with Dean and his Miranda rights with Detective Jacob?
At the time, no.
And any information that you're aware of now is not firsthand information, right?
Correct.
Just through like your review of the police reports and things like that.
Yes.
Are you aware of whether or not Detective Jacob was wearing a body camera?
At the time?
Yes.
No.
He was not, or you were not aware?
I was not aware. I'm
Okay.
sorry. Yeah.
Do you know now that there is no body camera footage of Detective Jacob from that day?
Yes.
Do you know why that would be?
Yeah.
You can go ahead and answer.
Specifically that day with Detective Jacob, I can't really speak for him, but there's times where we go out and
Well, if you don't, the question was why he was not wearing it. If you don't know that, then you don't know that. Okay, he can explain that.
I don't know that.
Okay. Do you know the Mentor Police Department's policies on body camera wearing?
Generally, I can't recite them. But
Okay. Is it a policy that you wear your body camera while on stops?
yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else?
Yes, Your Honor. Going back to Ms. Springer's questions about the caller who called in multiple times, were you ever able to confirm with certainty who that person was?
Yes. I'm sorry. No, I had reason to believe who she was, but not. I was never able to confirm it.
Okay, so you can't testify 100% to who that person is to this day.
Correct.
Based on that call, and based on the content of that tip, did you believe that the defendant was, during these transactions, in possession of drugs in his vehicle?
Potentially, yes.
What was the actual? How was the tip worded?
It was that Dean drove Michael to Cleveland to buy drugs.
Okay, and the tipster was stating that Dean would take Michael in Dean's car to Cleveland to buy drugs.
Yes.
Based on the content of that tip, did you have reason to believe that there may have been criminal activity occurring in Mentor?
Yes.
And what criminal activity would that have been?
The possession or use of narcotics.
When you viewed the drug transaction in Euclid, Dean was in the car, correct?
He was.
On cross-examination, Ms. Springer asked you if you were aware of any history with the Mentor Police Department and Dean regarding drug use. Are you aware of any history with the Mentor Police Department and the defendant regarding drug activity?
Yes.
What kind of drug activity?
The trafficking of drugs. More specifically, Dean was a driver, again, of a drug dealer, female by the name of Devin Brooks, that who was driving to a hotel in our city, who was selling drugs around the hotel while being driven around by Dean.
And did you know of this at the time of the stop on January 10, 2023?
Yes.
From viewing the drug transaction in Euclid, did you have any basis for basis of knowledge of what the quantity of drugs involved was?
No.
And in your training and experience, and you've testified that you've been involved in drug transactions and witnessed drug transactions like this many, many times, correct? You did.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
In your training and experience, do drug users or drug purchasers, have you known them to store their drugs in vehicles?
Yes.
Have you found drugs in vehicles when the drug user or purchaser is not present in the vehicle?
Yes.
Those two routes in State's Exhibits 1A and 1B, you drove those two routes yourself on that day, correct?
Yes.
And from your experience in driving those routes, was there a time difference?
Yes.
Was one of the routes longer?
Yes.
Which route was that?
It was the route on Lakeshore Boulevard.
Did one of the routes have more traffic congestion?
Yeah, especially if you get caught behind someone who's driving pretty slow.
And which route would that be?
Lakeshore Boulevard. It only has one lane each way.
Are you able to pass vehicles on Lakeshore?
No.
At the time that you, I think Ms. Springer said, ordered the stop of the defendant's vehicle and Michael's vehicle, did you have reasonable suspicion that there may be drugs in the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
Based on everything you had seen that day, did you suspect that there had at one point for certain been drugs in the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
And when you had the conversation with Detective Miller referencing having the canine sniff the defendant's vehicle, that was after Michael had already told you that he had used in the Subaru, correct?
Yes.
And you still believed that there may be also drugs in the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
And that belief was based on everything you had witnessed and everything you've testified to today?
Yes.
What you believed you had witnessed at that day, the defendant driving Michael to go purchase drugs and bringing him back to Mentor, does that in itself constitute a crime?
Yes.
What crime is that?
Permitting drug abuse.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. That crime, that permitting drug abuse, that was not within Mentor, Ohio, right?
In Mentor, Ohio? No.
You brought up an incident of Dean being a driver of another drug dealer. What was Dean charged with?
He was not charged.
Okay, so that incident that you brought up, Dean was never accused of a crime related to that?
He was never charged.
It's just your belief that Dean has drug dealer friends?
Based on our history of our reports, I know some of the people that he associates with.
Okay, and Dean has a drug user of a son, right?
Yes.
Okay. You said that you didn't know the quantity of the drugs that were involved in this trafficking incident that happened in Cuyahoga County, right?
Correct.
When you watched the 30 to 40-year-old woman in this incident, did you see a duffel bag?
I did not.
Did you see like her load up a big Ziploc baggie or anything like that?
Nope.
She was just leaning into the car, right?
Yep.
Okay. And in your experience, this wasn't a large quantity.
I could not say.
You did not see any evidence to indicate that this was a large quantity.
I guess I would have to define a large quantity.
Okay, so through the binoculars that you were looking through, were you able to see any sort of amount of drugs?
No.
You also stated that you are certain that at one point there were drugs in Dean's vehicle, right?
Yes.
And again, that certainty is not while Dean was in Mentor, Ohio.
Correct.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, you may step down. Next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Detective Matthew Jacob.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, have a seat.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Is it still morning? Good morning.
Morning.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Matthew Jacob, Jacob.
Where are you employed?
The City of Mentor.
What's your position with the City of Mentor?
I'm currently a detective for the City of Mentor.
With the Mentor Police Department?
Yes.
How long have you been employed by the Mentor Police Department?
It's been about 10.5 years. I served in patrol for 8 and narcotics detective for 2.5.
Are you a certified peace officer in the state of Ohio?
Yes.
How long have you held that certification?
About 11 years, a little over 11 years.
Did you undergo any specialized training to allow you to hold that certification?
Yes.
And what training was that?
In 2012, I attended the Basic Police Officer Training Academy at Youngstown State University.
And you are currently a detective with the Mentor Police Department?
Yes.
What are your duties as a detective?
My job as a narcotics detective is we investigate anything that's related to drugs, including overdose deaths, using confidential informants to do controlled drug buys. And we also do a lot of criminal interdiction work at our hotels, motels, and any high crime, high drug areas.
Do you have any specific training in narcotics?
Yes.
What training is that?
As I stated, I've taken advanced training courses in the areas of criminal interdiction, motor vehicle criminal interdiction, identifying deceptive and criminal behaviors, as well as training courses involving undercover surveillance tactics, working confidential informants, fentanyl, just how to appropriately handle fentanyl. I've taken a plethora of training courses related to drugs.
In your experience as a narcotics detective, have you had direct experience investigating drug trafficking?
Yes.
Have you had direct experience witnessing or being involved in the sale of drugs?
Yes.
Have you had experience conducting traffic stops and vehicle searches pursuant to drug investigations?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Dean Schnaufer?
Yes.
In this case with Dean Schnaufer, how did you become involved?
My partner in the narcotics division, Detective Ryan Butler, we both receive tips. Sometimes we know about each other's tips, other times we don't. In this case, just during the course of this day, he told me he was going up to watch a house on Jordan Drive, and I stayed more south in the city. I wasn't initially involved. Eventually, he called me on the phone and asked me to assist him with a follow. Basically, he observed a couple cars leaving an address, and he asked me to help follow them.
Did you have any, or did you become aware at this inception of your involvement, the nature of the tip or the nature of the situation or investigation?
Yes.
Did Detective Butler tell you that?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of what was going on?
My understanding was that Dean Schnaufer and Michael Schnaufer, they lived together at a house on Jordan Drive. There was the tip was that they go to.
Let's not reiterate the tip. Detective Butler testified to that, and there's no sense going through what he told Detective Jacob.
Thank you, Your Honor. You were aware of the tip that Detective Butler had received?
Yes.
Okay. And so when Detective Butler called you and asked you for assistance following you, was your understanding that there were 2 vehicles?
Yes.
Did you know who was in each vehicle?
Yes.
From Detective Butler?
Yes.
Okay. And so did you assist him in following those vehicles?
Yes, I did.
Where did you pick up the surveillance?
I was at Center Street, Route 615, and Route 2. Once he told me that they were westbound on Route 2 and passing 615, I got onto the on-ramp there and followed in behind Detective Butler.
And you assisted Detective Butler in following the 2 vehicles to a home in Willowick?
Yes.
Okay. And then you assisted Detective Butler in following the 2 vehicles to Euclid?
Just one vehicle.
I'm sorry, I apologize. 1 vehicle, 2 occupants.
Yes.
Were you aware of who was in the vehicle at that point?
Yes.
Okay. While all of the surveillance was going on, were you in communication with Detective Butler?
Yes.
And were you each advising each other of what you were seeing?
Yes.
And then at some point after everything happened in Euclid, did you follow with Detective Butler that vehicle back to Wycliffe?
Yes.
And the vehicle went back to that initial home? I'm sorry, Willowick. I keep saying Wycliffe. The vehicle went back to that initial home that it had stopped at?
Yes.
Okay. And at this point, were you able to physically view the house and the vehicle and the occupants of the vehicle?
Yes, I was.
And which vehicle are we talking about this time?
The orange Saturn View.
So, where in relation to the house and the Saturn View were you located?
I was more south on the street, Crest Haven. I was more south. I was approximately 300 to 400 feet away from the house.
And could you clearly see the house and the view and the occupants of the view?
Yes, I could see the south and the west side of the house.
Okay, so when that vehicle arrived back into Wycliffe, what did you see specifically?
When it arrived to the Wycliffe home,
Willowick.
Sorry, Willowick. Yeah, on Crest Haven Drive.
Yes.
When it arrived to the home on Crest Haven Drive, the orange Saturn View pulled up to the front of the house, parked on the road. I observed Michael Schnaufer exit the vehicle, and he walked into the home, entering through the south door, which is on the driveway side. At that point, Dean Schnaufer remained in the vehicle. The vehicle appeared to be running. As I used my binoculars to see, it was cold, so you could see the smoke coming out of the exhaust. So it was running, and he remained in the vehicle.
And where was his vehicle parked in the driveway?
No,
Where was it parked?
it was on the road.
What did you observe after that?
We waited. It was approximately 30 minutes before Michael and Natalie both came out of the house. Natalie entered the driver's seat of the Subaru that they arrived there in, and then Michael got in the passenger seat of that Subaru. The Subaru backed out of the driveway, and they went northbound on Crest Haven and around a loop, and Dean followed behind them in the Saturn View.
When you observed Michael and Natalie come out of the house, did you see Michael approach Dean's vehicle at all?
No.
All right, what did you do after you observed that?
We followed in behind them again and basically just followed them on Lakeshore Boulevard eastbound all the way back to the city of Mentor.
Did you notice anything about the route that they took from Wycliffe to Mentor?
The route that they took from Wycliffe to Mentor was different than the one they took to Wycliffe, to the Crest Haven address.
Willowick.
The Crest Haven address. So the route raised suspicion to me because it was more back road. It wasn't highway. There's less of a police presence on Lakeshore Boulevard most of the time. So that it did raise suspicions, yes.
And going back a little bit, when you were sitting watching the defendant in his vehicle outside the house, how long passed between when Michael went in the house and then came back out of the house while the defendant was sitting there in his car?
I believe it was about 30 minutes.
So as you were watching that unfold, did that raise suspicions to you anyway?
It was suspicious to me because it was confusing on what Dean was waiting for at that point.
Did you follow the two vehicles down Lakeshore back to Menor?
Yes.
And your overall observations in this period of surveillance, did you have any reason to believe that criminal activity was occurring?
Yes.
Based on what?
Based on my training and experience, just based on the totality of all the circumstances, the driving in tandem on State Route 2, driving in tandem to the Crest Haven address, the fact that Michael exited the car and immediately got in the car with Dean, and they went to the Dollar General on East 200th. They parked in a parking lot, waited there for 10 minutes, didn't go in, neither of them exited the vehicle, they didn't talk to anybody, then they pulled out of that parking lot, drove over to a Pizza Now on East 222nd, where they pulled up next to a Toyota. At this point, I'm driving through the lot there. I see a black female exit the vehicle, exit the Toyota, and stand directly next to the Saturn Vue, almost leaning into it, having a conversation with Michael. And then wasn't 2 minutes that went by when both those vehicles pulled out. So that interaction, to me, in my training experience, I recognize that as a drug transaction. Then again, going back to the Crest Haven address, when Michael went back inside and Dean waited for him the whole time, and then they pull out together and drive again in tandem on a different route back to Menor, all of those things raise suspicions, and to me, I recognize that as criminal activity.
Once the vehicles entered back into Mentor, were you involved in a traffic stop of the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
And who effectuated that traffic stop?
Patrolman Miller.
And did you just joined him on the stop?
Yes.
Were you in a marked vehicle at the time?
No.
Was there a traffic violation that the stop was based on?
No.
What was the basis of the stop?
The basis of the stop was reasonable suspicion that Dean was involved in criminal activity and that he possessed drugs.
Is the Menor Police Department equipped with body-worn camera?
Yes.
Okay. Do you, as a detective, always have your body-worn camera on you?
Not always.
In what situations would you not have your body-worn camera?
There's different situations. As a detective, we go out sometimes. A lot of our work, I'd say about 50-50 of our work is office work, where we're just doing paperwork certain days, and other days we're out doing proactive criminal interdiction. On this specific day, I didn't have a specific target I was going after. I don't remember exactly the reason for me being out of the office that day, but I did not intend on doing a proactive investigation that day, so I did not have my body camera.
Are Menor patrol officers always wearing their body cameras?
Yes, they're supposed to.
Are you aware of whether Patrolman Miller had a body-worn camera on the day at the time of the stop?
Yes, he did.
Have you since viewed the footage of Patrolman Miller's body camera from that day?
Yes.
And for the record, I have a a thumb drive plugged in here. And did you view the footage that was contained on this thumb drive prior to coming into court today?
Yes.
Okay. And did you view the footage that is contained in State's Exhibit 3A and 3B?
I'm not sure what 3A and 3B are, but the USB.
Did you view two separate clips of
Yeah. Oh, yes.
footage from Patrolman Miller's body-worn camera on that date?
Yes.
Okay. And those clips are contained on this thumb drive as Exhibits 3A and 3B?
Yes.
Okay. And that footage that you viewed, did that fairly and accurately depict what was going on at that stop that you were present at with Patrolman Miller on that day?
Yes.
All right, move to admit State's Exhibit 3A and 3B.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, they're admitted.
Oh, the remote, is it me?
There it is.
Where did the traffic stop of the defendant occur?
It was in the parking lot of a VFW. It's just north of Lakeshore Boulevard by 36 Lounge.
Were you aware of whether Michael's car was also pulled over?
Yes, I was aware of that.
Right next door.
From where you were located with the defendant's vehicle at the defendant's traffic stop, could you see Michael's traffic stop happening?
Yes.
Were you close enough to hear what was going on?
No.
Who was on the stop with you of the defendant's vehicle?
Patrolman Miller.
How you doing?
Is that you on the camera that we were seeing?
Yes.
Dean? Where are you coming from? Eastwood? Okay. Any reason you not wear your seatbelt today? I did wear my seatbelt. I thought you didn't. Oh, okay. Alright. Dean, can you step out of the car for me, buddy? For what? Because I asked you to. For what? Because I asked you to. What do you mean? So what I do? Start a police investigation. Step out or be pulled out. That's simple. Just come on out. Just want to talk to you. Okay. Thank you. Can I shut it off? Yeah, you can shut it off if you want. Just step up. What's all over you? Ashes? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, come over here for a sec. You got a hurt leg? Yeah. You have a back. You have a key ring? Keep your hand in the pocket, please. Do you have anything illegal on you? Nothing sharp or stiff, poke or stick me? Can I search you? Yeah. Okay. Just face away from me. You want me to go this way? Yeah. Yep, you can keep your hand right next to her, okay? Yeah.
Just for the record, I'm pausing at Windows Media Time, 2 minutes and 32 seconds. And this is you that we see here on the screen right now, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you pull the defendant out of the vehicle?
Just to have a face-to-face conversation with him. It's safer for me and safer for everybody. Now I can see, he's out of reach of anything that could be in the car that could hurt me.
And then why are you conducting a search of him here?
I just asked if I could search him, just a consent search.
He did give you consent to search him, correct?
Yes.
Hi. No, I just got out
Okay, take this quick.
I came to warm up as soon as possible.
Hands in the car. Hands in the car.
I know. Without any other like house keys or box cutter, work knife, anything like that? Alright, we go.
Just try to keep for me, just a little for me. Deep, pull back here for me, okay? Right here.
I've stopped the video at Windows Media Time 5 minutes and 37 seconds. Why have you put the defendant in the back of Patrolman Miller's cruiser?
It's difficult to see from the video as it keeps skipping, but Dean was coughing a lot. It was very cold out, and he requested to use his inhaler a couple times. He said he couldn't be out in the cold very long, so I didn't want him to go back into his car for safety reasons, as I mentioned. So I felt the best option was to put him in the back of our cruiser.
Was he handcuffed at any point?
No.
Maybe nothing, I don't know. Pack smokes in the setting.
For the record, I've paused the video at Windows Media Time 7 minutes and 36 seconds. So we just viewed that you are having a conversation with the defendant while he's in the Patrolman Miller's cruiser. What are you talking about at that point?
At this point, I'm just asking him where he's coming from, and just a conversation about where he's coming from, where he's going to. That was it.
Who are these people that you were following?
Oh, really? On the road? Yeah, okay.
And so he's actually running around the block. Well, I wasn't hunting, first off. To be completely honest with you. Be like house. And I followed you when you stopped at and then Michael, your son, he got on you. Then you went over to Ned with your drug dealer, most likely. Just drugs. So over back in Preston, where you got Michael back off the pole, and you go back. Okay? That's what we're doing.
questions that are now paying attention to that.
All right, for the record, stopping the video at 10 minutes. Windows Media Time, 10 minutes, 20 seconds. What statement did you just make to the defendant as Patrolman Miller was walking away?
I explained to him that since I might ask him some incriminating questions and because he's in the back of my car, I'm going to read him his Miranda rights.
As Patrolman Miller walks away and right after you made that statement to Dean, what did you do?
I read him his Miranda rights.
And what specifically did you read him?
The Miranda rights, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in court. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, will be appointed to you before any questioning at no cost. You have the right to stop answering questions at any time until you have an attorney present. Do you understand?
Did the defendant indicate whether he understood?
Yes.
What did he indicate?
That he understood his rights.
Did he ask for any further explanation of his rights?
No.
Up to this point, did you have any indication that the defendant was not understanding the interactions you were having?
No.
Did you have any indication that the defendant was not able to communicate effectively with you?
No.
When you were speaking with the defendant about his whereabouts just prior to this, where did he tell you he had been?
He said he had spent the night at a buddy's in Eastlake and he was working on a car with him.
Okay. And did you confront him with the fact that you had been following him for some time?
Yes, once I asked him who the people that he was following were, and he explained that it was Michael and his son, and that he had just coincidentally ran into him on the road, I knew obviously that that was false because I had been following them for over an hour at this point.
Okay. So based on what you had been viewing as you were following them, were the defendant's initial responses to you truthful?
No.
Did his responses dispel any suspicions you had when you conducted the traffic stop initially?
What do you mean by dispel?
Like, did they raise your suspicions or did they get rid of your suspicions?
It raised my suspicions.
And before I play this, at this point when you read the defendant his Miranda rights, he asks if he understands, he says he understands, do you continue to talk to him?
Yes.
Okay, what's the content of that conversation?
I asked him where the drugs were that he purchased. Just before this, I told him that I had been following him. I told him that I had witnessed him go to the Cresthaven address and that I witnessed Michael get into his car. I watched them go to the Pizza Now. I watched the black female sell drugs right there to them. So I asked him where the drugs were, to which he responded, they're in a gray container in the car. Or they're in a gray container and cigarette pack in the car.
Throughout your conversation with the defendant, what did he tell you about the drugs and what had been going on that day?
He explained that his son Michael has a drug addiction and he gets really sick if he doesn't use the drugs. He was just trying to help him out by taking him down there today to Cleveland. He further said that they were in his car because Natalie's car was more likely to be stopped by the police.
Did he say whose idea it was to keep the drugs in his car?
It was his idea.
It was the defendant's idea?
Yes, Dean's.
And all of this information that he's giving you, is this happening in that initial conversation that you're just having with him in the car here?
Yes.
Okay. Before that conversation, have you had any contact with any officers involved in the stop of Michael's car?
No.
Did you have any information of what was going on during that stop?
No.
Did you have any knowledge of any statements Michael had made up to that point?
No.
So at the time that you interviewed the defendant and he made all of those statements to you, you knew nothing about anything going on at the stop of Michael's car?
That's correct.
place, and we want to stop. On the way here on Lake Shore, we said we already used it. So, and she gave us consent, so. If he
For the record, stopping that video at Windows Media Time, 11 minutes and 45 seconds. Where are you when this conversation is happening?
I'm still at the back passenger seat talking with Dean.
So are you aware of the contents of this conversation at this point, as
No.
it's happening?
doesn't, yeah, just have Bill. Okay. Tell you what. Hang on one second. Says, the other guy admitted, I bought and I used it on the way already. And they said, oh, cool. That's cool.
Stopping the video at Windows Media Time, 12 minutes and 56 seconds. What was the interaction we just observed there?
So Patrolman Miller came back over from the other stop, and he told me that Michael said that he had used the drugs already, that he purchased the drugs and used them.
And what did you say in response to Patrolman Miller?
I told him what I had learned from Dean, that Dean told me that the drugs were in his Saturn view.
Okay, so you had already had that information by the time that Patrolman Miller told you what Detective Butler had told him.
Yes.
Based on what the defendant told you about the location of the drugs, what did you do?
I searched the vehicle.
Where specifically did the defendant state that the drugs were located?
Initially, he stated they were in a cigarette pack in the car.
So what did you do?
So we went up to the car, and we looked at, there was a couple cigarette packs laying on the front passenger seat. I looked at those, and then I looked in, I think, the center console, but I didn't see it initially. So I went back and asked again where exactly are the drugs, and he said they were in a gray container in the passenger side mat pocket.
And did you locate the drugs where he stated they would be?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, listen, we're going to need to break. Come back at 1 o'clock and we'll resume.
Did you see it in my notes and not
11:26. Euclid.
Okay.
And so you described the orange Saturn being parked in the roadway, right?
Yes.
And that was the car that Dean was driving.
Correct.
And Michael walked out and he went inside of the home in Willowick.
Yes.
And Dean remained inside of the Saturn.
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to watch him during that time period?
To watch Dean?
Yes.
Yes.
And I think that you said that you actually were using binoculars, right?
Yes.
And what was Dean doing?
So I was, he was facing northbound. I was also facing northbound, again, about 300, 400 feet away. So I couldn't see anything he was actually doing inside the car. I just knew he was still in the car.
So could you see him making any furtive movements or anything like that?
No.
Could you see him like reaching across to the passenger side door?
No.
Could you see him using drugs or anything like that?
No.
Okay. And Michael, like you said, went inside of the home and it was for about 30 minutes, right?
Yes.
And Michael is the person that you suspect to be a drug user, right?
I didn't know either of them prior to this.
Because this was kind of Detective Butler's case?
Yes.
Okay. And did you know anything about Natalie, the girlfriend of Michael?
No.
Okay, so you didn't know whether or not she was a drug user or anything like that either? No. Were you aware at that time that there was a history of Michael overdosing in the city of Mentor?
No, I don't believe so.
You said that you were confused about why Dean was waiting in his car, right?
Yes.
And so at that point in time, the possibility of Michael overdosing had not crossed your mind?
No.
When Michael and Natalie came back outside of the house, they both got into the other car, right?
They both got into the Subaru, yes.
And did Michael or Natalie, you might have already answered this, but did either one of them go back to Dean's car?
No.
And both of the cars drove off, right?
Yes.
In the direction of eastbound.
Yes.
And which one was driving first?
The Subaru was first, the Saturn was behind.
So the Subaru was being operated by Natalie?
Yes.
And so Dean was following that car?
Yes.
And so when you describe this sort of roundabout way that was being taken back eastbound, it was Natalie who was choosing that route, right?
I don't know who chose it, but she was leading, yes.
Okay, and Dean was following?
Yes.
According to your observations?
Yes.
And you stated that the basis for the stop of Dean was reasonable suspicion of criminal activity, right?
Yes.
And there wasn't any traffic violations?
Not that I observed.
And you stated that the specific suspicion that you had was that Dean possessed drugs, right?
Yes.
And did you suspect that specifically when he was pulled over in Mentor?
Can you explain what you're asking?
Yeah, did you suspect that Dean possessed drugs when he was pulled over in Mentor?
Yes.
Okay. And you had that suspicion despite witnessing the 30-minute stop that occurred in Willowick?
Yes.
We watched your body camera video of Dean's stop, right?
Yes.
Or, excuse me, I think it was Officer Miller's body camera, right?
Yes.
But you're seen on that video?
Yes.
Okay. And what was you had asked Dean to step out of his car, right?
Yes.
And what was your basis for that request?
For me, it's the safest to do a roadside interview for me. So officer safety is always going to be paramount for me. Again, that way I can have a face-to-face conversation, speak without being more concerned about any dangers inside the vehicle that I can't see.
Did you witness anything at that time that you thought may be dangerous?
No.
When you asked him to step out, Dean responded with why, right?
Yes.
And your answer was for a police investigation.
My answer was because I asked you to.
Okay. And he again asked why, right?
Yes.
And then Officer Miller said, step out or be pulled out, right?
Yes.
And at that point in time, that's when he got out of the car.
Yes.
That wasn't optional.
No.
And after that occurred, you asked him for consent to pat him down, right?
To search him.
Okay. And did he consent to that?
Yes.
And that was immediately after Officer Miller stated, step out or be pulled out, right?
About 30 seconds. I could revert to the video, but...
Okay. About 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you said after you searched him, you didn't find anything on him, right?
Correct.
And so then you asked him to sit in the back of a patrol car, right?
Yes.
Was that optional?
Yes.
Okay. And so you said, would you like to sit in my car?
I said I'm going to have you sit in the back of my patrol car.
Okay. And then you started asking him questions, right?
Yes.
You were asking him like where he was going and where he was coming from and things like that, right?
Yes.
And at this point you had not read him his Miranda rights.
That's correct.
And while you were asking him these questions, he had already stated to you that he was coming from Eastlake, right?
Correct.
He said that right off the bat when he was still in the car, I'm coming from Eastlake.
Yes.
And so you already were hearing the possibility of incriminating statements, right?
In my opinion, saying where you're coming from, where you're going, isn't an incriminating statement necessarily.
Okay. And when we were watching the video, about 10 minutes and 20 seconds, we stopped the video, and that's when you were describing that you gave him his Miranda warnings, right?
Yes.
And you said that you gave those warnings because you might ask him incriminating questions, right?
Yes.
And that he was in the back of your car, right?
Yes.
And what you said on direct examination was that Dean did not ask for an explanation of his rights, his Miranda rights, right?
Yes.
So you had recited them for us, as you do, and you said he didn't have any questions about them, right?
Correct.
But you know that the last time that Dean asked for an explanation, he was physically threatened by Officer Miller, right?
Yes.
You talked about the kind of timing of events between Detective Butler's investigation of the one car and then your investigation with Dean, right?
I talked about the timing.
Yeah, so we watched the video and it appeared like, that two separate investigations were going on. There was you with Dean and there was Detective Butler with Michael, right?
Yes.
And you guys weren't communicating a whole lot. You were kind of each doing your own independent thing.
We didn't talk whatsoever
Okay.
until a little later.
Okay. And so you described the conversation that you were having with Michael as him indicating to you that the drugs were inside of the car, right?
You confused me on what you just asked.
Oh, that's
I
okay.
didn't
No,
speak
I'll-
with Michael.
I'm so sorry. I meant Dean.
Okay.
You were speaking specifically with my client, Dean.
Yes.
And Dean had indicated to you that the drugs were inside of his car.
Yes,
And he made that statement after the Miranda warnings.
that's correct.
Okay. And you talked about that you asked Dean where the drugs were that he purchased. You said that on direct examination. Do you remember saying that?
I asked where were the drugs.
Okay.
Yes.
And when you're talking about the drugs, it's the drugs that you believed you and Detective Butler witnessed being exchanged in Euclid, right?
Yes.
And that exchange occurred between Michael, not Dean, and another black female, right?
I didn't see so if you ask me where my position was at that time, when we were doing surveillance, I believe Detective Butler was across the street in a convenient mart. He had a better observation. I had to kind of go around the block, and I pulled through the lot. When I pulled through the lot, I could see to my right, I could see the Saturn Vue parked next to the Toyota, and I saw the black female get out and standing next to Michael on the passenger side with the window open, having a conversation. I couldn't really stop in the lot, so I exited the lot and went a few hundred feet down the road.
Okay,
So all I saw was a conversation at the window.
and that conversation you believe was related to drug trafficking,
Yes,
and the conversation was between Michael and the black female.
I believe so.
Okay. Well, you witnessed the woman standing next to Michael, right?
But I don't know who she was talking to.
Okay. So you're saying you're not sure if she was like talking to Dean in the driver's seat?
Correct.
Okay. Through your discussions with Detective Butler, did you guys talk about ever suspecting that Dean was involved in the purchasing of drugs?
Yes.
Okay. And you believed that he was?
Yes.
Okay. After you searched the car, Detective Butler asked you if you ever found any on Dean's side. Did you ever find anything on Dean's side?
No.
So where were the drugs located?
In the passenger side, the front map pocket.
Was that accessible to a person seated in the driver's seat without leaving the vehicle?
It'd be a pretty far reach.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor. From what you witnessed and what Detective Butler advised you about what he had witnessed at the Pizza Now, did you have any knowledge of what quantity of drugs was being purchased?
No.
Okay. Based on your training and experience, do people who purchase drugs store those drugs in vehicles?
Yes.
Have you ever, in your experience as a narcotics detective and as a police officer, found drugs in a vehicle when the purchaser of those drugs or the user of those drugs is not present in the vehicle?
Yes.
When you read the defendant his Miranda rights and subsequently interviewed him, how many police officers were there?
It was just me, and Patrolman Miller was walking away.
So during the interview, was Patrolman Miller present?
Yes.
Based on his body cam, was he present with you, with the defendant, while you were, after Miranda?
The first time, no. Can I clarify a little bit? There's a second video where and I wrote in my report, Dean was unable to give a written statement because he said he just got out of the hospital, and then we attempted to do a recorded statement on the body cam, but
Was that recorded?
it was, Patrolman Miller was there at the time, but the recording didn't work.
The recording did not work.
Correct.
But during that initial conversation with the defendant, where the defendant told you where the drugs were and that he had gone with his son to buy the drugs, was it just you standing there?
Yes.
Okay. And how long did that portion of the conversation take?
Maybe anywhere from 2.5 to 5 minutes.
During that 2.5 to 5 minute period, did the defendant ask for any type of comfort break?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Was he deprived of water?
No.
Or bathroom?
No.
And in that 2.5 to 5 minute period, that is when he made the statement to you about the drugs being in the car?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Springer.
Nothing further.
All right, you may step down. Any other witnesses to present?
No, Your Honor. At this point, the state would rest. I don't believe I actually moved to admit Exhibit 1B. So I would move to admit that at this time.
All right, as to 1B,
Same objection as previously made, Your Honor.
all right, it's overruled, so they're all admitted. Okay, anything you would like to briefly argue?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I do believe that the brief encompasses in large part the arguments that we have in relation to this case, that there was not reasonable suspicion at the time that Dean specifically was pulled over in Mentor, Ohio, and that reasonable suspicion is not specific and articulable as to the offense that Dean had committed at that time. There was no attempt by the Mentor Police Department to make contact with any other law enforcement agencies in relation to this drug trafficking observation that occurred in Euclid, as they allege, and in between that occurring and the stop happening, there was a 30-minute stop at a Willowick home in which the person that they suspect to be a drug user entered into the home after immediately purchasing the drugs and was inside for a lengthy period of time. And that we heard testimony that Michael has overdosed several times in the past, that although they don't have any history with Dean specifically using drugs, that they have gone to his home because of his son unfortunately overdosing. And that this behavior of him sitting outside of the home, I think, is reasonable to assume that he was making sure that his son was not overdosing again. After leaving this home, our argument is that there is not sufficient reason to pull over his vehicle, his car that he was driving. We also, and so for that reason, we would ask that the stop be suppressed and all the evidence proceeding following that stop. I think that there is also a problem with the Miranda warnings in this case and the statements that that Dean Schaffer made, that he was asked to step out of the vehicle and that if he did not comply, he was going to be physically pulled out of the vehicle, that he really didn't have a lot of opportunity to inquire or ask questions with the police officers, and that this wasn't a voluntary situation. And when, after being allegedly read his Miranda rights, gave the voluntary statement, a lot of that was done because of the situation that he was placed in. For that reason, we would also ask that any statements that he made that led to the search of his vehicle be suppressed. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would also incorporate the brief in response to the motion to suppress in our closing remarks here, but a couple of things that I want to touch on. As far as reasonable, articulable suspicion to stop defendant's vehicle, both detectives testified to the totality of several circumstances that gave them that reasonable suspicion that they believed that the defendant was engaging in criminal conduct at the time. And the defendant alluded to during some of the testimony that the defendant was not aware that a drug transaction was occurring potentially, and there is specific case law that the possibility of innocent conduct does not mean that reasonable suspicion does not exist. So just because that there could have been a possible innocent explanation does not negate the fact that all of the circumstances together, the tip, the very reliable tip, the drug activity and transaction that was witnessed, the idling of the defendant's vehicle in Wycliffe for 30 minutes, the caravan back to Mentor, the defendant's history that was known to the police department at that time, all of that gave rise to a reasonable suspicion to stop his vehicle. As far as the Miranda waiver goes, there is well-settled case law in the Ohio Supreme Court and the United States Supreme Court that no express waiver of Miranda is required. And I know that the defendant argued that it was required in her motion, but it has been held extensively that responding to a question is the same as it constitutes waiving a right to remain silent, and that an uncoerced statement is an implied waiver of those rights when the Miranda is given and Miranda is understood. Detective Jacob testified to exactly what Miranda warnings he gave, testified that the defendant understood them. There is case law that states that if a defendant does not ask questions, does not ask for clarification, the court can infer that he did understand those statements. So for those reasons, the statements that he made after receiving his Miranda warnings are admissible and do give the necessary probable cause to search the vehicle. As far as the coercive nature of the interview, there was one police officer there. It was a 2 to 5 minute conversation. He was not in handcuffs at the time. There was no coercive tactics that were used to achieve this statement from the defendant. And in regards to the statements made prior to the Miranda warnings being given, that's not something that was argued in the defendant's motion. So that's not something that we are here to decide today. Thank you.
All right, I'll take it under advisement. Thank you.